Good morning, everyone. All right, it's good to see you all on a rainy day. We're going to begin the meeting. Oh, that sounds like a delayed reaction. Oh. All right, we're going to.
We did it again.
On my way out. Two more meetings.
We're going to start with prayer. So good to see y'all this morning. Join me in prayer, please. Oh, Lord our God, our maker, creators of the heaven and the earth, we thank you for this another day. We thank you for the rain, Lord God, that you've sent forth to replenish the earth. And we ask, just as you send the rain, we ask that your word would go forth, Lord God, to do what it has been intended to do, to heal the sick, Lord God, to bring peace where there's no peace, Lord God, to bring joy where there is pain and despair. We thank you now for the opportunity to come before you this morning. We ask that you would be with us as we conduct the business of county government. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. We'll go over who our visitors will be today. We'll start with Sheriff Derek Cunningham, Grants Administrator Regina Walker, Commander Frederick Williams with the Peers Program, and Executive Director Cedric Fluker with Montgomery Step Foundation. The items that will be considered during the formal session start with an alcohol license application for Latino Festival for November 20th, alcohol license application for off-premises retail beer and table wine for Dollar General Store on Peak Road in Raymer. Consider a resolution approving the 2023 Severe Weather Preparedness Tax Holiday, February 24th through 26th. Consider a resolution authorizing the county's Thanksgiving holiday observance on Friday, November 25th. Consider the 2023 County Commission meeting schedule. Consider the Employee Recognition and Appreciation Program and related budget. Consider transfer of ownership and liability for retired County Sheriff's Office K-9. Consider a telecommunications service contract with Blue Plains Technology. Consider miscellaneous appropriations to agency. Does anyone have anything to add?
Yes, Florence. Remember what it is.
Well, Isaiah's looking, we did have some, Teresa sent us a list today of some that's been pending, that we probably need to address those at some point.
Speaking of that, Mr. Chairman, Friends of the Theater, they do the annual Dr. MLK cultural celebration. May not be referring to that in exactly the terms that they use, but they were asking for a certain amount, and I actually went ahead and committed $2,000 to that event. I understand that they want to go live again in person at the Davis Theater. And that multicultural event is always top line in terms of productions and honoring Dr. King and celebrating this community as a multicultural community. So I believe they were asking for 15 since they're going to the in-person event again. And I went ahead and committed 2, and hopefully the commission. That was Dr. Tanea Stewart. Not directly, but her representative. She did leave a message.
I spoke directly with her,
Okay.
and there's some confusion. That's why I called you. I wanted to kind of clear it up, because my understanding is that it was going to be televised. And
Well, that's,
this year,
yeah, this is what I actually, returned the call to her representative.
Stewart.
Well, didn't speak directly to her representative that was
Yeah.
speaking on her behalf, and she informed me that they wanted to go back in person in January.
I want to talk to.
Okay.
I'm committed to support it, but I want to talk to Dr. Stewart again because
I hope they go back in person. They certainly need to. Hopefully they will.
Or maybe they're gonna do both, but I need to get
Yeah.
clarification. Because the amount that you're requesting was different from what she told me she needed. And, what she said she was gonna do is different. So let me get that
Okay.
clear. I
Yeah,
tried to call
please do
you,
that. Yes.
to try to get together on that. And
Yeah, I
when I saw
returned.
your email, because I had spoken with her straight up, face to face.
Yes.
And, I'll get a hold of her. and-
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna support it.
The last 2 years, we've done 3,000 out of the joint in 2020 and 2021 is what we've done. And then different commissioners have given over the years. And it looks like there was a budget change one year from 6,000 in 2019. So, is there anything
Did
else?
did she tell you when that they needed the money?
No, but it's, the event is, it's in
In
January,
January, right?
yes.
Yeah, let me, I'm gonna support them, but I need to speak again with Dr. Stewart.
Yeah, I agree.
Get a better
Commissioner.
understanding of what's
Yeah, we
going
definitely
on.
need clarification, because apparently we have two different messages here.
And Mr. Chairman, we also need to add a Valiant Books request to our list for discussion.
Value books?
Valiant Books.
Valiant Cross, okay.
So,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
I got a request from there. I'm gonna do $5,000 from my agency for Valiant Books.
yeah, since we are at the end of our joint money, if we want to do anything now, I'm doing 15 from my designated, which has already been done, Florence. I'm not asking you to write that down. But yeah.
Florence, let's do 3 from my agency money, 3,000, Valiant.
Anybody else?
Well, I told the Bronx in January, I'll be glad to help them come January.
Okay,
I've already committed 5,000.
okay, awesome.
And are we still on agency, Lauren?
Yes.
Okay, 3,500 to Friendship Mission, please.
Another one that we've helped in the past, I know Chairman Dean and I have helped in the past, is that the community centers here partner together from all the community. Normally it's been out of McIntyre. I think this year it's going to be at Gateway, but they provide a Thanksgiving lunch for the seniors that participate with our community centers all across the county. Their ask is $3,000. And Chairman Dean and I split that in the past years, $1,500. But I'm open to helping again, but looking for some other help if anybody's interested in being a part of that.
Well, you got my support. I'll split that with you. I'll do 1,500.
Does anybody else want to split the 3,000?
Was it 3? I don't know why I thought it was 4,000 they needed.
It's 3.
Okay.
All right, that's 1,500 from,
Do it from my, let's do that one from my designated.
and that is to,
It goes to the city of Montgomery, I believe. Is that right, Mr. Crawford? City of Montgomery? Yes. Yeah. McIntyre Community Center, City of Montgomery. Even though Mr. Crawford's retired from the city now, he's still participating in this event and helping them and coordinating, so.
And it's a wonderful event. If any of you have never attended, you need to attend. It's a wonderful event. I've attended for the last 2 years, and the things that they do and they brighten the senior citizens, it brightens their day just to come there. So it's a wonderful cause.
Florence, I'll do 1,500 and the other 1,500 to make that 3,000 from the commission. I just have the one account I can pull it from. Does anybody else have anything else they can recall that we need to discuss as a team? Okay, Florence?
Are there any additions to miscellaneous appropriations to education?
Florence, I want to do 3,500 for Jeff Davis High, out of the education, of course, for baseball.
Same here, Florence. I want to do the same amount for Jeff Davis baseball,
3,500?
out of education. I also want to do 500 to Pentalala Elementary for the science department.
Anything else?
I just want to back up a little bit. We talked, I think we all got letters from the botanical, Dr. Davis and the botanical garden deal. I don't know if Teresa can pull that up right quick, but I know I've supported them in the past. Now, I think what they're asking this time is that we support them as a commission.
As a commission, yes.
And my suggestion would be that we commit whatever we commit out of the funds that we'll receive after the first of the year.
I support that project as
I'm
well,
with you.
so I agree, let's talk about that. I need to refresh my memory on their letter and what we've done the past couple of years.
I agree with you on that 100%. Yeah,
Here's her.
I see it. Did you
She
see it?
sent us on November 5th a letter, and I can tell you how much she requested. We thank you for your past contribution and asking if you can contribute $5,000 to the further development of the gardens. She's asking for $5,000.
I think that was 5,000 apiece from each commissioner.
Oh, right, and that was the same thing last year. She sent each of us a letter, and I messed that up. She wants 5,000 from
She wants
each
5,000
commissioner,
apiece.
for a total of 25.
Right.
And it's on a special project this year, I think they're working on. She also mentions that in the letter.
That was the request for last year also, 5,000
Was it?
apiece. Yeah.
What did we do last year? Teresa, can you pull that? Well, whatever we do, I just suggest we do it out of the joint.
All right, we can actually probably carry that over to the next meeting and
All right.
get more details, and we'll talk about it next meeting.
Are there any additions to designated revenue? Consider a bid award to Gulf States distributors to provide law enforcement footwear. Consider budget change request number 1 for the sheriff's office. Consider budget change request number 3 for engineering. Consider a position fill request for the detention facility for a corrections officer trainee. Consider a position fill request for the engineering department for a county road equipment operator 2. Consider a position fill request for the sheriff's office for a deputy sheriff trainee. Consider travel training requests for the county commission, the detention facility, probate, and the sheriff's office. That's all the items. First, we'll hear from Sheriff Cunningham. Except I don't.
Cunningham is, I don't believe he's here today.
Sneaking up from behind.
He always here. Yeah.
The sheriff has a waived rule item to consider U.S. Department of Justice Equitable Sharing Agreement and certification.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, good morning, everybody. Morning. Well, y'all looking all joyful? Good. Yes, that, you all probably seen that before. We do that every year. So I'm just asking you all, go ahead and approve it because of timeline.
Is there any objection to waiving rules?
No objection.
All right,
Item number 6 is consider the sale of 3 Montgomery County Sheriff's Office vehicles to the Barber County Sheriff's Office.
Yeah, they're requesting some vehicles, and, you know, you all have to approve that. So the letter they sent me, I sent to you all.
Any questions on that?
How old are those vehicles here that they want?
2017, 2015?
Yeah, they got them on that list.
Yeah, it's three of them, two 2015s and a 2017.
Barber County, I thought Barber County had money. No.
They don't have any money.
Barber County's Eufaula.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a
Small
small county.
town, he's making about as skin as his britches, he's doing the best he can for that area down there.
Bless his heart.
Yeah, a lot of things going against him, so he's fighting a lot of things.
Let him have the cars here.
All right,
Next agenda.
okay,
I believe that's all.
okay. Well, before I leave, y'all, let's give our election manager a round of applause. We had a great election this past time, no problems. Alexander, thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Congratulations, Sheriff, on that win. That's it.
Well, and thank you, Sheriff, for the breakfast. The commission and the sheriff's office had a breakfast for county employees to honor our veterans, and that was, thank you for doing that.
And Doug, I appreciate you getting in the way. You did good.
The only problem we had was grits, and that was your department. So don't say that.
Grants Administrator Regina Walker has several items to present, couple of waive rule items.
Good morning. Let me look sideways, hold on. What's my first one? Adeka? Oh, it's the 2023 JAG equipment grant. The sheriff's office is going to use that to outfit their patrol cars with AEDs, because that's just becoming pretty much standard equipment for law enforcement now. There's no match. Did I forget to say that?
Is there any objection to waiving rules?
No.
No objection.
Okay.
Oh, the Panera Bread Foundation grant. That is a grant that we're looking at possibly writing for the Sheriff's Office Cadet Program. It provides funds for underserved youth or agency 501c3s that are providing services to youth. And that's, I say cadet, I'm sorry, I meant Explorer Post. And they would be a perfect fit for it, so. Just need your permission, and there's no match.
That's not waive rule.
Sir?
Is that a waive rule?
No,
No.
No.
So that,
no, sir.
Yes.
Well, they all listed.
It is waive rules
Why would it be a waive rule?
because of the deadline date.
Why don't you explain how some of these, we've learned a lot since Regina's been in our office, how these things are announced and the short turnaround for making applications.
We have grants that, like the equipment grant that was released, it had a 15-day turnaround, and you guys just didn't meet within that time, so it had to be a waive rules if we were going to apply. And unfortunately, with so much money coming down from various sources, some of them will give you 4 to 6 weeks, some of them will give you 10 to 15 days. So if we're going to apply and there's no match, I'd rather come up here and ask your permission to write it than to miss an opportunity.
any objection to waive rules?
No.
No objection.
The last one should be the SCAP grant.
Right, item number 7.
That's the SCAP grant that comes down from DOJ every year. There's no match. We use that to offset medical costs in the detention facility.
For the undocumented.
Any other questions? That'll be next agenda.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Regina.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
We've got 2 other waive rule items to consider before we hear from our other visitors. Number 4 is a bid award to Chappie's Deli to cater the annual employee luncheon, with the luncheon having to be earlier because of the availability of the fellowship hall. We need to go ahead and get that approved at this meeting.
Florence, I got a question about that one. I've always had a question about that one. Do we have a list of who bidded for this? Because, you know, I've always, when I ran the small minority business for you guys, I've always got, this is number one complaint, that no minority-owned company could ever get into this bid. So, do we have a list of who bid on this one?
If you would open the attachment, please, it's a tabulation list.
Okay.
I believe, if I remember correctly, yes, only one person bid on it.
And historically, this is what always happens. People
Right,
don't-
the-
It's not that, sometimes Chappie's was low, correct? But typically, they were it.
Yeah, well, they always can be, and the thing about it is they always are gonna probably be any small minority business owner, because small minority business owners can't get the availability of the prices that they get. So, you know, because they buy in bulk and quality. So that was my concern, about this, because that has always been a number one question, that no one can seem to get their foot in the door with this bid right here.
And the experience in serving that many employees
Right.
makes it difficult to be eligible as well. But we would welcome your help in trying to,
Well, yeah, we'll look back at this bid and try to see, can we work this a better way then, so that we can get more opportunities to the small minority business owner out in the community. Okay.
Yeah, funny you should bring that up. We were a few weeks ago considering hiring someone to manage our minority business initiative, and it was delayed because of somebody needed to have a conversation with the mayor. I understand that conversation has taken place, and my question is, when do we move forward in hiring this person? Because we were in retaining this person, because we were real close to doing that at that time, and I think the only delay was the mayor wanted to talk to him. And I think that conversation has happened, so I think it's time for us to move on that, so we won't have to have these type of conversations right here. We have somebody working on that, that we can discuss these matters with and get those matters addressed. We have a great candidate, one that I thought that we all had agreement on until the vote was delayed on it. So I'm hoping that we could line that up to go on the next agenda to do a vote to hire this person to come in and help us out, help us to be able to help minority businesses to put themselves in a position to compete better for some of the contracts, for the contracts that the county lets.
I'm fine to put it on the next agenda, but just to be clear, I don't recall consensus on any one particular group or individual. So you said we had all agreed on it, maybe conceptually, but not specifically. In the last conversation we had, and I'll have to look back at the numbers, you know, the proposals were for in excess of $100,000 a year to run this program, and that was my primary concern, for the county to shoulder that cost all on our own versus sharing it with any other entity is too much, in my opinion.
You know, I think it's worth it, and there might not have been a complete consensus, but the mayor only talked to one party.
He
one
talked to
applicant.
me.
There was only one that we were considering, whether there was consensus or not. We were considering this one as the most qualified, and that was the only one that the mayor spoke with, and that was the only one that we were going to vote on. So that's why I made that statement. But be that as it may, I think that it's time for us to move forward with that and get somebody in place. I think the bid was $120,000 for something as important as this, as much money as we spend on other things. This is as important, if not more important, and I don't believe that that amount is excessive. 8 to 6, I think it was 6 to 8 years ago when we came out with this, one of the plans, one of the bids on it was $80,000 back then. So to do that same kind of work this year at 100, and I think it was 120,000, I forget what it is, but would be in line if you count in inflation or whatever you want to count in. So I really don't think, especially with the proposal, the things that that this person is, or this organization is prepared to do for the county, and the position they're prepared to put us in, I don't think it's spending too much money.
Okay. Is there any objection to the Chappie's Deli waiving rules for the Chappie Deli for the annual employee luncheon?
No objection.
You all right?
What with Chappie's
Waiving
Deli?
rule?
I'm okay.
Everybody okay?
I have no objection.
Okay, thank you.
But do we get to put that on the next agenda?
I'm gonna meet, actually, I'm meeting with the mayor on Friday, and I put it on my list here to talk to him to see what the city direction they're gonna go in, and I'll report back to you.
It's just one delay after the other, Doug, but we'll see what happens, but we just been kicking this can down the road now for years, trying to get this done. Okay.
Another waive rule item is to consider hiring a manager of public affairs at A9, Step 3. The memo talks about his qualifications and experience that far exceeds the minimum qualifications. If he is ready to come on board effective November 28th, 2022.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't have an objection to waiving
Well,
rules.
this step increase, is that a condition of this applicant accepting this position?
He asked that it be considered, and after talking to commissioners, I agreed that we would come forward and make this request.
And so this particular individual has been on the register, I suppose, along with the other people who expressed an interest in this position?
Correct.
Okay. And this was we didn't have a new registry?
No,
This is
sir.
the old registry?
No, sir. We asked several candidates that we had interviewed previously if they were still interested in the position. One had taken another job, and we felt like that this candidate was the best suited for the position.
And just can I ask one more question? This particular candidate, what rank did they have on the registry?
I'll be honest, I do not remember.
But they were top.
They were, you know, you get 5 names.
On the original.
Personnel will send the top 5 names. We interviewed, offered the position to one person. Now we have interviewed again and made this offer.
I think they were 2 or 3 because number 1 was a tie. There were 2 number 1s.
But everyone who rated in the top 5 has been given an opportunity to at least have an interview with you?
We interviewed several candidates the first time. This young man was up there the first time. We went with the previous public affairs director, and so when we came back the second time, we evaluated the candidates. Spoke with the team and said, okay, how do we want to have this again? His experience in the area, his experience at being from Montgomery, gave him a leg up before we talked to him about having a flair for this area, knowing what this area looks like, having a familiarity with the commission. When we spoke with him, he brought up several ideas. We did emphasize the things that we needed, what you all wanted as a commission. And he really gave us a great impression that he was ready and had a flair to go. And I think with him being willing to come in so very quickly and jump in, shows that he's raring to go. And I think this is what the commission needs. And so I think he is the best candidate.
Okay, thank you.
Any objection to waiving rules?
No objection from me.
No objection.
Okay,
No objection to me either.
thank you.
Our next visitor is Commander Frederick Williams with AmeriCare Financial Group, the Peers Program.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning. Can we hear it? Hello? Good morning. We're here asking for support and to present our executive summary.
Fred, pull the mic up a little higher. 'Cause you're
Is-
tall.
Is that better? Okay. We're here asking for support and to present our executive summary for the Alabama Veterans Resource Center. We have come together, a lot of our veterans are here. If our veterans will stand, that are here in support of this. These are veterans from various organizations throughout the city of Montgomery. They're also veterans that are from various posts. We have letters of support from our Ms. Terry Sewell, as well as from our Veterans Affairs officers, Mr. Kent Moore, and what have you. And we just wanted to present this. I want to introduce some of the service that we'll be providing for the Veteran Resource Center. The Veteran Resource Center is going to be a one-stop shop. Right now, we have a number of veteran services in the community, but none of them working together. And the veterans that we are giving assistance to, the PEERS program, has been just a ground level housing program. We're the only housing program for veterans under the umbrella of the American Legion. We're the only American Legion post in the state of Alabama. We have full support of the American Legion back in this program as well. The Veteran Resource Center is going to be a self-sustainable resource center that is backed by the city of Montgomery, which is the capital, of course, of the state of Alabama, but it will be the Alabama Veteran Resource Center because we're already helping veterans from throughout the state. A lot of the veterans that are residents in the PEERS program right now are from various states, counties throughout the state. They're not just from Montgomery. But we want to bring a one-stop shop to the city of Montgomery, the capital city, that will house as well as give all support services from spiritual services to treatment service, mental treatment services, job awareness, life skills, the full 9 yards. I want to introduce some of our supporters with this, starting with Pastor Jordan here. He is going to be bringing in the spiritual aspect of the program to our city.
Thank you, Commander. Ladies and gentlemen of the commission, and ladies and gentlemen in the audience, good morning. Morning. I'm happy to stand here in support of this organization and hopefully be able to be a consultant in spiritual matters as it relates to the veterans in our community. I had the personal experience of serving in the 908th Airlift Group here in Maxwell for over 17 years. And as a pastor of Lily Missionary Baptist Church here in Montgomery over 53 years. And so we feel that some of our spiritual resources will be advantageous for the men and women of our community who have served our country and our community. And we ask that you would highly consider receiving the recommendation coming from Commander Williams. And we will be available for those who are in need as it relates to veteran affairs. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commission, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Young. I work for the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. I work on the East Campus in Tuskegee, Alabama. I work in mental health, and this is something I see every day, not just the veterans on the street, but the ones that come through my unit. I work on a HIPU, high-intensity psychiatric unit. A lot of times when the veterans leave my floor, they go up to the 3rd floor for treatment, but then they don't necessarily get placement by the social worker. So this program would be something to help give them a place of living, education as far as the trade that they would learn, and help keep them off the street so it's not a revolving door. I see them quite often. They come, they go, they get treatment, they come right back. Because once they get home, they're just sitting. Commissioner Sankey, you know very well, I see you up there from time to time. So that's all I have. I hope y'all considered it.
Good morning. Morning. Thank you, by the way, for setting the weather as it is. It makes me feel right at home because this is like 80% in the UK weather. So thank you for that. It was very kind of you. we moved here as a family in May from the UK because my husband's in the military and he's serving out of Maxwell Air Force Base. So unfortunately, he can't be here this morning because he has his duty to do. This is some projects very close to my heart. My husband has been in the Royal Air Force now for over 20 years, and when he returned from Afghan, we became aware that something was wrong, and he was diagnosed with PTSD. Without projects like this, I wouldn't be standing here. We wouldn't still be a family. I can't tell you how important projects like this are. And this is unique and special in that it's a one-stop shop. You know, that veterans can go, there's hope, there's support, they can become involved, they can become a part of society again, and they won't be lost as often they were. I'm also a high school teacher, and I'm very excited to get involved and, you know, offer my support as a teacher with any educational support I can get involved with, and obviously my husband is very much in support of this project as well. Okay, nice to meet you.
Good morning. For the ones that do or do not know, my name is Brother James Lovejoy. I'm sure y'all know me there, Commissioners. I inundate their emails quite a bit. Help me, Lord. I just want to share with you that this project here and this recommendation, I just want to emphasize the importance of it all because I've been working on this since 2014, and one word that just comes out is the collaboration. And for Commander Fred Williams and I prayed on it, to get it. Not only am I the military affairs for chairman for our great illustrious Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated to have this platform, I'm also the chair for the NAACP for the state of Alabama. And for this to be here in Montgomery, to have such a program that is introduced to you here would be a great model. A lot of us like to take the elevator without taking the steps. This has been a stepping stone for many years, and I pray that that we look at not only our fellow veterans here, and my wife reminded me, and I got a class by a young lady up there, do not forget our female veterans as well, because we rank the highest in the state of Alabama for homeless female veterans. So not to forget our homeless. When you say homelessness, and I'm not going to be long, when you say homelessness, but our homeless veterans is different in the aspect of we have an inside camaraderie on many branches. And when you put us in a community environment, we're going to take care of each other. We're going to take care of each other because I was brainwashed that there's only one branch, Army. All right. But our other branches is we're going to josh with you because you have trash on the ground. Oh, that's how the Air Force do it, or is that how the Marines do it? I say that facetiously because this community is well needed. Maxwell Air Force Base ranks as one of the few bases that has a retired senior community retirement homes. And that's another subject, but that's why so many move out to Prattville and Pike Road, and this has been noted. So this one-stop program that we're proposing to you, it's a heck of a presentation, yes. But I'm telling you, as a fellow veteran of a retired first sergeant, 20 years, 10 months, and 18 days, who's counting? I just want you to know that this is well needed. And I'll say this, you know I work with our youth. You to grant this type of money is just like making sure that it's is well taken care of? Are we good stewards? Are we good gatekeepers? I had to cut ties with some people that wanted to collaborate with us in the city of Montgomery because there was an outside entity that wanted to come in and pad their pocket. So I want to say that we're going to be good gatekeepers of this and good stewards of your money. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred, thank you. And I want to especially say thank you to all the veterans here for your service. We really appreciate each and every one of you. I think you have a very worthwhile project. It's a very big project.
Yes, it is.
I know the commission would be, I'm sure the rest of the commission will be willing to do everything we possibly can, but this is a $3.5 million ask, so it's going to have to ask a lot of people.
Yes.
Not one entity can handle this.
Understood.
But again, everybody from state, VA, local municipalities working together, hopefully we can do something to help you.
Yes, sir. And I just wanted to close by saying, understanding the path we have been, it's been a journey with me and most of these guys that are with us. And we're not proposing something that is going to be a drop-off for veterans. Our program is slated from homelessness to homeowners, okay? Which means that even Brother Lovejoy bringing in the transition to cocoon homes of bringing in those aspects. We know that this is something that's going to take a few years to fully develop. But we have the agencies, we have the support, and as I speak with various members of the city leadership and the county leadership, we do understand that we need to vet a lot of the agencies out there that are saying that they're supporting veterans, but just actually riding on the fact that veterans get support. And we want to actually bring all of those under one roof, okay? That's what the full concept of the Veteran Resource Center is. It will be a center where everything that's needed can be addressed there rather than having a veteran run cross town to this agency, go over to this agency, go see the VA and go through this. We will handle everything for you right here, okay? So this is what we're trying to propose. We know that it's not something that's gonna be an overnight process to develop. And we also understand that it's going to have to be a complete process that takes them from homelessness to homeowners. We want to create more taxpaying citizens and what have you. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Yeah, and I want to give my other commissioners, if they have any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'm also a veteran, 4 years active United States Air Force and 7 years in the 908th. Reverend Jordan, I think you were the chaplain out there for a great period of that time when I was out there. This is an excellent idea. This type of idea has been executed in other areas years ago when the city and the county got together with some state help and formed the One Place Family Justice Center. It was a brainchild of our then DA, Ellen Brooks, and it works. One stop. You come there and you get everything that you need. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm surprised that there's not some model somewhere else in the country for this type of activity. But as the chairman has said, this is the type of project that's going to take us all. It's going to take the city, it's going to take the county, it's going to take the state, and it's going to take the feds, the VA. There's absolutely no reason why this can't be acceptable, because this model, like I said, has been taken forth in other areas, and I think it'll work. And I think Montgomery is the place for it. So, you know, I've gotten a number of phone calls. I probably won't call you all back. So I hope you're listening and looking.
Please don't call me.
I am in support of this project and doing all that I can to try to help to find the money to get this done, you know. So, you know, if I don't call you back, that's my position on it. Thanks.
I would like to say something as well. I am a veteran of the U.S. Army. I served in an enlisted ranks and also as a commissioned officer. And I just want to thank you all for this idea, bringing forth this idea. When you first presented it, Fred, I got excited.
Yes, you did.
One-stop Veteran Resource Center. service is so fragmented when it comes to serving veterans. You can go out to the VA hospital, those people working out there in the social service, they will admit that the services that veterans receive are fragmented. You can sit in the waiting room out there and learn more about services that are available to veterans than you can if you go see the social workers. So I find it very resourceful just to sit in the waiting room out there at the VA and talk to fellow veterans, because you learn so much from that. And so I'm in full support of it. I like the array of services that will be provided. I don't see why we can't do it. I know it's going to take a collaborative effort. Yes, I think this might be a good project for the American Rescue Plan Act funding.
Yes, sir.
And I would encourage you to get that to our consultants. Please get that to our consultants. And you all bring, when you come with these kind of numbers and the experience and representing various branches of the military, that is very, very impressive. And so I'm on record to support it. We just need to get it done. We really need to get it done. We don't need to be talking about it 10 years from now. And so I'm just excited to see you all. Some of y'all standing at attention. Y'all must still be in the military. But in any event, we just so appreciative. My good friend, Mr. Williams from Flatwood, he's wearing his Vietnam veteran hat. I know he didn't come with you all, but I see him excited and smiling about, the possibilities for veterans. So thank you all so much. And let's just continue this effort. And one thing I want to say about the 908th. Now, I was in the 908th as well. Now, I don't remember seeing Pastor Jordan. I don't remember. I don't remember seeing Dan. So it must have been after.
You were just a child. You were just a child.
Just a child.
You weren't old enough to be in the service.
But thank you all so much. I'm really excited. I mean, this right after we celebrated Veteran Day, and we did Operation Greenlight.
Yes, we did.
And that was
And
certainly
we all
the
supported
county
that.
participated. I hope you all saw those pretty lights we had out here.
Yes, sir.
It meant something, not just the lights. It meant that we were concerned about veterans and that we want to bring attention to the plight of the veterans who are still suffering from mental health, substance abuse, the lack of housing, the lack of job security. And so I'm all in, and I'm excited.
And briefly, if you don't mind, if Pastor Jordan don't mind, we're on a plight to help him get some of his benefits in state. And the thing about that is, when I speak of the services we want to provide to veterans, this is not just homelessness. People get it all mixed up. We're just working with homeless veterans. This is not true. We have Pastor Jordan here. He's been retired now since '93. Was not aware of his retirement benefits. Okay, and so now we're just in the process of getting his retirement benefits installed. They're going to retro pay to a certain point, but the point is that how many of these veterans are out here that are not aware and that are not getting the services they need that could be better taxpayer services to our community? And this is what we're doing it for. It's not just for homeless veterans. I want people to get that clear in their mind, that we're not just concerned about veterans that have been deprived or displaced in the community. We're concerned about veterans in totality.
And I understand, and we agree with you, and I want to say, go on record for maybe the first time, I definitely agree with County Commissioner Harris and County Commissioner Sankey on this one right here. And let's go on record, and we're right about the CARES Act money. Let's get them in front, and let's not be talking about this 10 years from now.
Absolutely.
Let's make an action and do right.
Thank you very
Being
much.
the daughter, I am the granddaughter of a veteran, the wife of a veteran, and the daughter-in-law of one.
Thank
And
you.
so I want to ensure, and I'm 100% behind you, not for just homeless, but for every veteran, because of them, we sit here today free, and we must recognize it.
Amen. And one last thing before I go, because Commissioner Sankey did mention this as a part of the Rescue Plan Act and what have you. I have spoken with Mrs. Susan and Mrs. Reynolds on this accord, and they understand that this is the only veteran operation that came for any funding support from the Opera Fund or from the Rescue Plan Act, and they fully support it as well. So
Thank
I
you
just
for
wanted to
that.
let that be known.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Next one, Florence.
Mr. Fluker with Montgomery Step Foundation.
Cedric. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Be very brief.
What's his package?
Good work of STEP Foundation, and to all of our commissioners this morning, good morning, and just heartwarming to all of our veterans who have served, we salute you and God bless you. Our organization has been around for over 33 years now, and we've been working on the front lines of preventing violence. Violence is a very, we know it's a cancer in our community. We don't even need stats this morning because we turn on the news and every single day just about we hear about gun violence or violence in some sort, whether it's holidays or you name it. I'm a firm believer that you can't affect change if you're not in front of those people who are most prone to be either victims or perpetrators of violence. And I think that it starts young with our children. We've been doing a violence prevention program in Montgomery Public Schools since the year 2000. And so would have hoped that by now, 22 years later, we wouldn't this wouldn't even be a topic, but it is. There's still a need for STEP. Our numbers, and hopefully you all received our packet, we impact 200 students at McKee Middle School. The principal requested us to come, and that's generally how we get into schools. We are requested to come. We prevented fights. We worked with children who didn't come to school truant because of bullying. We've counseled children that were suicidal. We've counseled even the adults in the school. So the organization is a blessing to the totality of these school communities. And whereas you can invest in brick and mortar, investing in a child is perhaps the greatest investment of all, investing in a life. We just came out of Gibbs Village. We impacted 40 young people over this summer. One of the few organizations I think that was even on the property. What I've learned is that a lot in Montgomery, people like to fund stories. They like to look good. But I can promise you, when you fund the STEP Foundation, you're funding work. And as my brother said, one of the veterans said, he said, "There's proof is in the pudding." So I invite you to go on our website, go on our Facebook pages. You will always see work, good work being done, impactful work. We have mentoring programs. We're in 3 schools now, South Johnson, Chisholm, McKee Middle. We just picked up the alternative school. We've been in the alternative school every year for the past 15 years or so. But because they had a new administration, it was a little slow getting in, but we're in there. So we'll be back in front of those children. Had one of those young men stop me about 2 or 3 months ago. He was at the alternative school, and he stopped us in the parking lot, and he says, "Mr. Fluker, I remember every single thing that was said in the program that you all tried to instill within us." And he said, "I got out of trouble," and he said, "I got me a job here at the store." He was pushing shopping carts at the grocery store. I got him a job. And so I was so glad to hear that. We don't get a chance to hear all of the stories of our work, but I can certainly tell you that there are many testimonies. I'm not one who give orders to my staff. I'm out there in the field with them. I'm in front of young men every single week. Now, I will stop because I do want you to have questions. Yes.
I do want to give time for questions.
Sure.
From the commissioners.
Yes.
I know we have supported you. I think we all agree you do a great job. There's never been any doubt about that. Obviously, by the way, we've supported since 2018 every year in some capacity, either a joint or individual commissioners.
That's correct.
Is there any questions?
No, just a comment, not to be redundant, but we know about your work. You've done good work. I've had the privilege of working with you on a number of your initiatives. And, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that we certainly consider STEP Foundation if and when the joint revenue gets to us. $10,000 doesn't seem like a whole lot to give, and so
That'll be towards the end of January before we have that. Is that?
Yes.
Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
What's your number?
My number is 25.5.
25.5?
Yes, which it will be half of $51,000. we're asking the commission to do a match, cash match for us.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to suggest that we seriously consider the 25.5 out of the donated funds that we were anticipating in January. Only thing I can say about this, my little small Lutheran congregation over on Rosa Parks and Mill Street has been supporting this organization for years. And the only thing I can say about this, just not enough people doing this type of violence prevention in Montgomery. I think if we had more of it, we'd have less youth violence. You know, he had a package, I don't know, we don't have it before us, but he had a package that had the numbers and had some of the projects and all that set out in terms of the types of things that they're doing as a small organization. They're small, but they're effective, or isn't that commercial? Small, but mighty.
That's right, that's right, that's right.
So Cedric, we really appreciate what you're doing, and it is my hope that we latch on to Commissioner Sankey's suggestion, and I'm suggesting the amount. I'm suggesting we go to 25.5 out of the designated coming toward the end of the year.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Let me just say real quickly, too, that the state superintendent, as well as Dr. Chestnut, delegation from the State Department, was touring one of the schools that we have a program in, and they just happened upon our program as we were, working that particular day with the students. And as they came in and interacted and saw what the kids were, being taught, a statement was made by Dr. Chestnut that this program should be in every school in the state of Alabama. So I just want to say that.
Thank you,
and
sir.
thank you all again for your consideration.
Appreciate it.
Bless you.
Florence, we got 2 or 3 more items real quickly.
Correct. Item number 8 is to consider board member reappointments to Community Corrections Board. I spoke with Phil Bryant, and Mr. Harris wants to be reappointed, but Ms. Millender does not want to be. So we need to have we have one vacancy to fill, assuming you want to reappoint Mr. Harris.
When's that expire?
That expires. Can you open that attachment, please?
Oh, where is it? What number is it?
I think that's December.
December 1st, 2022.
So we can do that. Doug, I think that was your appointment.
Was that my appointment that's open now?
All right, Mr. Harris. I think that was your appointment.
All right, I'll have somebody by the next meeting. Is that
No,
okay?
no.
He
He wanted to serve again.
Oh, yeah, I'm okay with him, yeah. I thought you were talking about the other guy, the other position.
Millender,
I don't know
Carolyn.
who
I don't know who did that
who
one.
had,
I don't, it wasn't me, that I know.
but, I mean, we can
I
always
want
look
to,
for somebody.
Does anybody know of anybody?
yes,
Okay.
Miss Watkins Crawford, I guess Mr. Crawford has left. I'll send you her resume. She has a very impressive resume of government services with the federal government, so I'll share that with you all.
Can we look at that and put her on the next, so we can get that position filled? Is it,
We can just distribute that.
This week, and let us look at it.
yeah, yeah, I'm sure she'll be, if that's what you suggest, I'm good with it.
We also have openings on the Parks and Recreation Board.
Did everybody want to be reappointed on that one?
I know
That's,
my guy did. Bradley is the one I had. He wanted to be
He wanted
reappointed.
to be.
So
I'm
then
good
he's the
with
only
Kevin doing
one.
it.
He's the only one.
one, yeah. So that's next agenda.
then item number 10 is the Joint Public Charity Hospital Board. Both of those members would like to be reappointed.
I don't have any problem
And
with
no
that.
problem with me.
Next agenda.
Next agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
is there any way we could talk about putting these various committees on our website and just give a brief outline of, what the duties and responsibility are so the citizens can be more aware of opportunities to serve?
That project is in the works. It's been a little more daunting than we realized, trying to come up with matching up the laws that create these boards, but it is on its way.
Thank you.
On item 11, Florence, I have a name that I need to contact and, for the personnel board.
Okay,
So I'll have some by next meeting.
Okay,
okay,
good. Number 12, I guess, Florence, the last one.
Number 12 includes the legislative agenda for 2023, a progress report, and a proposed contract with the Crosby Drinkard Group for governmental affairs, representation, and consulting. This contract expires the end of December.
Mr. Chairman,
Next agenda.
yeah, can we put that on the next agenda?
Next agenda.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm good. Is that all, Florence?
Yes, sir.
We're running a little bit behind. We're going to take a 3-minute break.
Mr. Chairman, before
sir.
we do that, Commissioner Ziegler, you're down for the pledge. Would you be willing to allow the fine folks from the Flatwood community to do the Pledge of Allegiance today? I neglected to present that. And they're sitting here, they are such valuable citizens and dedicated to their community. And yeah, I'm sure that we can tell you a little bit about them at that time. Thank you.
All right, good. All right, 3 minutes. We'll be right back. be led by Commissioner Harris, and then our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the Flatwood Community Center Walking Club, and they're going to bring up some beautiful quilts they want to share with us. And when we do the pledge, if you would, come up to the front, and we'll do the pledge up here. But Commissioner Harris.
Yes, I'm going to ask Reverend Thomas Jordan of the Lily Baptist Church to do the invocation for us.
Thank you, Commissioner, County Commission again. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, may we again go to prayer. All wise and everlasting God, our Father, we thank you already for the blessings of this day and the experiences it will bring. We thank you, O God, for the process of government, where you have allowed these your servants to come and lead our county and our community. We pray that you will empower them to do justly, love mercy, and to walk humbly before you. Bless each home that is represented here, and we ask that you will continually bless our county and our city, and bless our families. Bless this meeting according to your will, and may something for enhancement would have been gathered as a result of being here today. It's in your name we ask and we pray. Amen.
Y'all want to come forward to Flatwood Walking Club? You see his quilts. Regina, you need one of those.
We all need one of those. That look like a good quilt. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we're going to be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by one of the members of the Flatwood Walking Club.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to its republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and justice for all. Amen.
These young ladies and the gentlemen, they do so much good work in that community that's known as Flatwoods, and we really appreciate them. They have a walking club, and I went out there one day to see them walking, and they are not just playing around. They are walking. That's why they look so good, and they're going to live a long, long, long time. And so we're just so grateful for them, glad that they could make it. And they have some things that they've been doing at the Flatwood Community Center other than staying in shape. And so they want to share some of their handiwork. And now my good friend, all of these people are my good friends, Mr. Williams, a gentleman and a scholar. He rides horses and raises horses. He sewed a quilt as well. So, you know, if the ladies can do it, we can do it too.
Thank y'all again for being here. I need to come walk with y'all. I grew up in Boylston. They're right down from you. So, yeah, I know exactly where Flatwood is.
Now, are those quilts for sale, or this is just something you all, okay.
You not selling any quilts?
Everything's for sale now.
Yeah.
Wait, is that, I don't want that
Yeah.
one.
Let the audience see that. All right, that's great. Oh, look.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, that them War Eagles.
Wait, no, y'all don't have any quilts I want. I don't want that War Eagle one on the end either. Yes, I need a Troy. I get my money to Troy every month.
Pretty, pretty.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah,
I want that one on that end right there.
Yeah, that's
I
nice.
love that one.
That's huge.
Oh, I want that one.
Yes, that was a great.
Those are beautiful.
Yeah. Okay, y'all name your price. I want that one right there.
That's nice.
Well, thank you all so much for coming and for showing off your handiwork. We appreciate you. We're going to continue to support what you all are doing out there in Flatwoods. Thank
And
you.
we would like to take this time to thank you, the commissioners, Montgomery County commissioners, and our commissioner, Flatwood, Commissioner Sankey, and Park and Recreation, James Williams, and Craig Payne, for all that you do for the center. And we thank you again for the invitation.
You're welcome. Thank you again. All right, darling.
Mr. Chairman, the quilters at G's Ben ain't got nothing on y'all.
All right.
And I'm serious, I want to purchase me a quilt. All right, y'all, let me know now.
Okay, Florence.
We'll call roll now. Commissioner Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Moore Ziegler,
Present.
Commissioner Walker,
Present.
Vice Chairman Sankey.
Here.
Chairman Singleton.
Here. We have an extensive lineup today on the public comments. I believe some of these may have already left. Claire Fletcher Jones, because she was with the group earlier. Pastor Jordan, I think he's left now. Mark Young, I think he was with the group. We still have a big group after that. The first one would be Veronica McKenzie. Veronica McKenzie. Okay, she's coming.
Watch your step, watch your step.
Be careful. And again, today we have an extensive list, so we're going to hold everybody accountable for 3 minutes in respect for everybody's time, so don't get mad at me for being rude, for cutting you off for 3 minutes, but we got.
That's all right. I don't need but 3 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Commission. I want to just take this opportunity today to thank you all for your support of my Caring and Sharing workshop on last month. It was a workshop geared towards caregivers taking care of people with dementia. Of course, I'm Veronica McKenzie, Executive Director of Successful Living Center, Alzheimer's Adult Daycare Program. So we put on a free event for caregivers of individuals with dementia. And it would not have been possible if not for the donation of our commissioners. Commissioner Dan Harris, I thank you so much for your continued support. Commissioner Ziegler, I appreciate all your support for last time. Commissioner Sankey and Commissioner Singleton, I thank you all for your donations. Without that, it would not have been possible to provide this event for our caregivers. I just want to read a few of their comments on the evaluation with that, when we asked what would they like most about the event. They said the great ideas about how to manage stress through exercise, behavior, nutrition, and art. Enjoyed everything. It was just good getting out and away from caregiving duties for a few hours. Praise the Lord. Another one said, raising my sense of what I need to do in order for me to be to better take care of myself and my spouses as a caregiver. And another one, the tips and points that we receive of how to take care of ourselves while we're taking care of our loved one. And so the bags you all received, thank you, Ms. Walker, for passing it out. I appreciate Ms. Walker and Ms. Hill in purchasing. Ms. Walker did an outstanding job keeping me on task, keeping me in budget.
She's good at that.
The procurement process was awesome. Ms. Hill in purchasing does an awesome job of looking at vendors and helping me without their support and their help. We wouldn't have gotten as nice of bags, and the booklet inside where we use for a resource for our caregivers as something they can continue to look at and use as pointers and tips. That was done through procurement. Well, everything was through procurement, and I am so appreciative of that process. And in future, when I ask for money, I want to use Ms. Walker and Ms. Hill to help me procure better items that I can provide for our caregivers. I want to thank you again for your support.
Thank you. Rashad Provett, good to see you again.
Thank you, y'all. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
He's with Colo, choose one or lose one.
I'd like to start out by saying congratulations to Commissioner Zimmerman, and thank you to Commissioner Walker and the late Elton Dean for the donation that was made. I think I came in the spring.
Rashad, put the mic up.
My bad. I came in the spring just to kind of see what was going on, and I ended up leaving with something. What it did help do was we started for the nonprofit. We got a co-working space that, houses a small after-school program that we've developed. And we were able to get a couple of laptops to help some of the kids that come in and do different programs. We also have a donation closet that we developed that houses school supplies. We plan to stock it with uniforms. Christmas time, we do shoe giveaways and a lot of gifts, and that's where a lot of that stuff is stored. So I still challenge a lot of you guys to come down and check it out. But the reason why I'm here today is that we have a Thanksgiving event coming up this Saturday. For probably about the last 6 or 7 years, since I started this nonprofit organization, we've done it on a smaller scale, but sometimes the event goes really well, sometimes it doesn't. And 2020 was the last time we did it in the midst of COVID. We didn't really know how serious it was. We was able to do like 500 turkey boxes filled with turkeys, sides, stuffings, drinks, all of that. And all of that was kind of catered to the area of West Montgomery. The location where my building is a lot of elderly in that community, and I try to make sure that I cater to them because a lot of times they stop by and tell me how thankful they are to have a growing business in that community. This Saturday we plan to do probably half to about 300 with that, and that's with the same things in the boxes, and it ranges from $20 to $25 with all the stuff that's going to be in it. Also, with the after-school program, we're still trying to build that. And then also with Christmas, we usually reach about 50 to 100 families, depending on the donations and the partnerships that we are able to make. So I'm here to just continue to try to promote and build that side of town and get the people to help that I know need it, because a lot of times the people that actually need the help are ashamed to come out to events like that. So that's when I'm responsible to kind of go door to door, or people pull me to the side a lot and tell me what they need, and usually that's how I usually handle it versus social media and publicly, posting stuff, that people really don't want out there. So I'm just here to ask, for any contribution, and like I said, we plan to do about 250 to 300 boxes.
Where are you located, Rashad?
3300 Haver Road. It's right across from, most people know it as the old Haver Road Elementary.
So screen.
I do screen printing.
Yeah, one thing that I like Rashad, he's phenomenal, but they have a small business. He and his wife, who's also phenomenal, they have a small business and they do screen printing. And I know several of us in this room have used them for T-shirts and whatnot that we've needed. But connected with their small business is a nonprofit. So it's a feeder, right? They can make money and sustain their family with their small business, but they also can teach these kids how to do screen printing, how to run a small business, what it takes, to be in the front of the store, greeting customers, whatever it takes, talking on the phone. It's just a perfect concept. We need more like it, but y'all are doing a great job. And owning a small business is incredibly difficult. My husband and I own a small business, but also running a nonprofit. And they're doing it both, and they're doing both really well. So thank you. And you've got my support.
And what I wanted to say about that is a lot of people don't know how my business was developed. It was through actually giving. So I started the nonprofit to just give and try to figure out, but I really didn't understand what it took to run a nonprofit. So that kind of parlayed into a small business. So in the midst of that, I had to make a decision on feed my family or running a nonprofit. So luckily I was able to kind of do both. But my business grew. And in the midst of that, I still was able to do, smaller stuff when I could. But, with getting, that huge property, we're luckily able to do both. So that's why we're continuing to try to build it at a pace where it doesn't restrict me or take me out of the business side of it. So like she said, we have a couple schools that come in from time to time. We've had Valiant Cross come in and kind of go through the whole process. BTW is across the street. We partner with them a lot on different things. Life Academy. We actually have a program now with the military. My wife is retired military, and some people that are veterans that are transitioning out, they come in and do like an internship. It's called Skill Bridge, where they come in, they work with us, and they kind of, get readjusted to civilian life. And with some of those workers, they have kids, and a couple of them go to Life Academy, and instead of them having to pay for after-school program, we just have them come there, and we're able to teach them about the business, customer service, and just the inner workings of a business. They're able to see that. But
Right, Rashad, thank you so much. You've done great work. I'm so proud of what you've done. And I was
appreciate
at your ribbon cutting. Can't believe it was, what, 6 years ago now?
no,
How long ago was that?
that was last year.
Oh, Lord.
So,
It's been a long year.
It's been a long year.
Damn, Doug.
It has seemed, it seemed like 6 years.
Right.
I know we have, I'm gonna give for the things that you're doing at Christmas and Thanksgiving, but also for your after-school program, I'm gonna give you $5,000 to help with that, and I encourage my colleagues to support you as well.
What's the name of the organization?
Choose one or lose one.
COLO,
That's
C-O-L-O. It's got a nice facility on
You have-
Haneville
you have
Road.
my support also, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't visited you yet, I'm coming to see you.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you approached me and said, hey, you gotta come see me, so I promise you, I will be around to see you soon, okay?
Designated Florence.
I'm
Thank
coming.
y'all.
I'll be out to see you.
Are you all right? I know. Tough getting old. Zandra Hall and Pastor Levi, American Association for Children and Think Big. Are y'all a team package?
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
All right. Ms. Hall, right? Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Yes, well, yes, we're here with the American Association for Children and the Think
Bring the
Big,
mic down.
and the Think Big project. And today I could talk about a lot of things. I know we're no strangers to you guys. I just want to just talk today about just noticing a need and wanting to help. I know that there's a lot going on with the school system now and things going on, and I was reading a little bit about that. And I just want to be of assistance, me and Brother Levi and the American Children's Association. We just want to help. We want to help mentor. We want to help go into the classrooms. We want to do after-school programs, bring in arts. We want the Think Big message to be able to be presented to each and every child in Montgomery County, no matter what school they go to or the circumstances of that school. So we just want to supply a solution to an already need, and we just ask for that support.
Okay, thank you so much.
What's your name?
Zandra Hall.
Ms. Hall.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, I just have to say this. I know Brother Levi's in the audience, and we make light of it a lot, but over the weekend, I was at a birthday party for a little 5-year-old, and they were there, and other mothers were there with their kids, and 3 of the mothers had stories about growing up in Smiley Court and maybe another project somewhere, but they had stories about Brother Levi and the Think Big program.
Yes.
And they're all productive. They're all on great paying jobs and looking forward to retiring. These are grown women that are raising kids now and can look way back and say we owe a lot of what we learned from this Think Big program. Now, I'm one of them that really, you know, I think he oversells. I think that's the problem. It's been oversold. But when you meet people who actually had that experience and you see how successful they are and how successful they are raising their kids of some of the things that they learned doing that, yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah, and I'm definitely a product of it. It changed my life. I was in the 6th grade when I first got exposed to it. And even though sometimes it was hard, sometimes thinking big was hard for me, it was something that was instilled in me, that I knew no matter what my circumstances were, that if I just think it, what a man thinketh, so is he. So when you think big, you do big. And then when our children think big, we all win, because these are our future leaders.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
William Lindell, is that right? Did I get that right? William Lindell? Got some stuff for y'all. I'll pass it down for you. Thank you, William.
Give it to Miss Zegan. She'll be the point of contact on this. Good morning. I'm gonna get right to it. Only got 3 minutes. Having exhausted all other forms of remedy, I am present today before the commission in petition of relief from a violation of Alabama Code 45-51-170, in which the commission has jurisdiction grounds, statutory authority, and duty to uphold in Montgomery County with the Road Division and the Sheriff's Department. Specifically, at 105 Katy Lane, Ms. Ziegler, I know you're aware, we've sent some
You sent me
emails.
some emails, and I also spoke to him. Once you finish, I'll let everybody what they told me about it, tell you what they told me.
Yes, ma'am.
Once we talk about it.
The statute, that statute is very clear. There's 62 abandoned salvaged automobiles within about 12 feet from the right-of-way of US Highway 31 and within 12 feet of the right-of-way on Katy Lane. Katy Lane is a small subdivision in the county, one of the only subdivisions in the county with its own sewage system. This pileup of junk and salvaged cars is seriously lowering the property values that we have on Katy Lane, and it is on the commission to enforce this statute through the Roads Division and through the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department. We have tried to speak with Mr. Jackson about the cars, and his words to us was, well, if y'all will buy me a shop, I'll move. It is a mess. And, you know, when you come out of the city and you come into the county on 31, the first thing you see is that junkyard.
Yes. So we passed it, so let me say this to you. So last Tuesday, I did a tour of Montgomery County so that everybody here, so I had the engineering department with me. I had our administrator, our deputy administrator, I had some representatives from the sheriff office, and grants on the bus with me, and that's my pledge to each one, is to do a tour. We stopped and saw that. And so we were going to do some research on it because, you know, and I'll let Florence take over what we talked about the Montgomery County and about the right-of-way with it being private property, and each and every one. We talked about that. Remember when we passed it the last Tuesday?
Right, we talked about inability to go in and do things on private property. I'm not familiar with the statute that you have presented to us. I know that we do not have home rule where we can't pass ordinances, provide for zoning. We took that to the county residents probably 6 years ago or something, and it was voted down.
If you, the statute's very clear.
Yeah, it is.
The statute is very clear. I don't see how this is not enforceable.
Yeah, I would like to hear, yeah.
Well, in addition to that, about 20 years ago, we had a junkyard out, I say that, it was refrigerators that were just piled up out in snow. And the county passed a ordinance, it doesn't really call it ordinance, that from the highway, you had to put up fencing where you could not see it.
It's in the statute, sir. It says if you're a licensed junkyard with the county, now he may have a license with the county to have a junkyard,
That doesn't make any difference.
but if he does, it's got to be fenced off.
We don't issue license and we don't have zoning, but this was passed. And does he have fencing to block it?
No, sir. There's, Ms. Ziegler has got,
Sheriff can go out and shut him down.
yeah, Ms. Ziegler's got pictures of it. The statute is very clear, and so I can read it for the record, so everybody here can hear it.
Hey, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm gonna ask you not, for time's sakes, not to, if anybody wants to see it, I'll be glad to share it with them, a copy of that.
Yes, sir.
So if you don't mind on that part.
Yes, sir.
I know
So,
it takes a little while to do that.
But we're going to have our attorney work with Commissioner Ziegler. You know, I mentioned my husband and I own a small business. We're in the city limits. We have a neighbor with the same problem. We called our city council person, and they got on it. And I know we're different in the county. It operates differently. But in as much as we can do anything, I just encourage let our attorney dig into this and see everything we can possibly do.
It's
not okay.
I really didn't know we had this
I
kind
didn't
of
know it either.
authority.
I mean, that's
Well,
This is,
I
Look,
didn't
look,
either. I
I'm
was
just
told we didn't.
I'm just
If we
a
did,
country
we've
boy.
always been.
I mean,
yeah, but you dug this
And
up.
I
but it's
apologize.
on the way to your district too, Mr. Salem. When you take a left on McGee
Oh, I
Road to
know.
go to Snowden,
I got
I
a bunch.
stopped there last Tuesday and looked at, and that's what I asked him, what can we do? Because, and
stop there and talk to him and see if he don't run you off.
Oh, he's not gonna run me off. I'm gonna have a sheriff with me. He ain't running me off.
Well, whoever
Somebody else off.
whoever
He
goes,
off.
he done run off. He done run off ADM.
No, he won't
He
run
done
me
run
off.
off the health department. He done run off several
The
neighbors.
sheriff and I go out there to see him. I can ride with the sheriff and we go see him, but he won't run me in the sheriff off. We'll go talk to him.
I didn't, honestly, I've been on this commission 10 years,
I
didn't
didn't
know
either.
that we had this kind of authority.
Yes, sir. You read
Because
you read the second to the last
I know we
paragraph.
do now. I mean, I've read this.
And we thank you for that.
And I want to get our county attorney
Yeah, we
to
need
give
to-
us something
we
written
need
on
to
it.
flesh this
But,
out.
but our problem with people living outside in the unincorporated area, our problem with that is that every time we've tried to get some kind of, there's nothing in this statute that says nobody can move next door to you and open up a feedlot. See,
Right.
we couldn't stop them from doing that. You smell hogs all day, and we couldn't do anything about it.
Right.
And we've been trying to get a statute passed so that we could, when a person go out and build a $400,000 house, don't have to worry about somebody putting a feedlot next door.
Yes, sir.
The county
This
residents-
statute is very
But
specific.
it's
Let him finish.
just for
The
this little
county
small
yeah.
thing. That's what I'm
Yep.
saying.
Yep.
What I'm saying is we've been trying to get that kind of authority so that the other things won't happen, so we can clean the county up, so to speak.
Yes.
Or have some kind of authority over it. It's been voted down consistently. Now,
Have
you
y'all,
called our
there may
attention
be
to
something
this?
in the statute just like this that's been missed for the past, how long y'all been
Oh,
on?
no,
that?
it's not in, we,
You know,
the
there
other
may
part-
be a statute in the Alabama code that covers a feedlot,
Yeah.
things like that.
Well, this is, I'm just thinking that to the best of my recollection, George, you wasn't here then. No, you was the city. I'm the only old head here. But I went out, Bill Joseph and I went out, he was chairman, to Snowden. And he just had refrigerators piled up.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and so we went out there to tell him he had to move, and he threatened to, whip which wasn't the first time that's taken place, but, we got the sheriff out there, and he put up, and they are required to put up
Yes, sir. If it's within 1,000 feet of the right of way of any highway, it's got to be. There ain't no doubt about it. I've emailed Ms. Ziegler 2 or 3 times. Ms. Hudgens, who's here with me today, has emailed Ms. Ziegler several times. Belinda Bush, Ashley Coffin, Richard Bush, Kay Gill, Tracy Langford, all the folks that live in this community have been affected by this. And every remedy that we have sought so far has been, well, it just ain't nothing we can do. There's going to be somebody that's going to have to do something about this, because eventually it's going to go on into 31.
If I remember correctly, the county did contribute, I think, the material or the labor to put the shield up, the fence, but that did happen, and I knew nothing about this.
Yes, sir.
I've been here since 1986,
Yes.
so, but it's horrible.
Yeah, that statute is very clear on, you can't have but one car parked on your premises that's not tagged and registered in accordance with state law.
William Corman is gonna get with, and they'll get back with you.
The next meeting, December the 6th, can we come back and talk about
You
it
come
some more?
back anytime you want to.
But before then, I'll be talking
But
to you.
hopefully
because
we have
I'm
it
gonna
resolved.
get with him.
I hope-
Because like I said before, my whole point was I turned it over and everybody said, Carmen, there's nothing you can do about it. It's nothing you can do. So if there's nothing I'm thinking, okay, there's nothing I can do. Now you've showed this, so now we're gonna get with the lawyers
Let's do the
and see what
research
we can
and
do.
find out.
And then the sheriff and I'll come out.
Whoever goes out, you make sure you bring Sheriff.
Oh, I
Brown.
got the sheriff. The sheriff gonna be right there with me. I'm gonna ride in the car with
Hey,
him.
thank y'all, I appreciate
Thank
you.
you, Will. Thank you.
Damn old to go out there.
No, you coming too. I'm putting you in the bag. You gonna ride.
Lana, Cavassa? I got it right?
You got it right.
I'm shocked.
Here's a list of people in the neighborhood.
Okay.
My name is Lana Cavassa, and
Sheriff, I'm sorry, Lana, to interrupt. I wanted to make sure the sheriff was listening.
On this one.
He's going to be interested in this one, too. Sheriff, I just wanted to make sure you were able to hear.
I'm Lana Cavassa, and I live at 5150 Old Selma Road. And I believe that, Ms. Ziegler, I'm in your
You're in
district.
my district,
Yes,
right.
yes,
And I
ma'am.
turned yours over to the two to get the answers, but we're going to do on this one. Go
On
ahead.
November the 5th, the Montgomery Motor Speedway raced until 1:06 a.m. in the morning. About 11 o'clock, I started calling the sheriff's department, and they told me that they do not enforce the ordinance out there. When I called, I'm sorry?
That's the city.
City, okay. When I called the, out at the Speedway, they said, well, we're willing to take the fine. So I went around to the neighborhood, I only spent like an hour in the morning, and everybody was very opposed to the noise. And the agreement with the city, with the Montgomery Speedway was that they were supposed to close at 10 o'clock or stop racing at 10 o'clock. There were a lot of elderly people. One lady his wife was on her deathbed, and he said it's really the only time she gets any peace, and that it was just very disturbing for them, as well as for young families with young children, and for myself. And I think especially when the leaves are off, it's really loud out there. So I'm just asking that the county commission just do whatever they can do to enforce whatever ordinances that are in place against the Speedway.
I think that's inside the city limits.
That's about to ask Sheriff. It is, okay, that's what I was told. It was inside the city.
That's where.
So if it's in the PJ, is the city going to say, that's not us?
No.
No, well, when they started the Speedway back, they said they will stop at a certain time. The city needs to send them a letter, because the agreements ain't with us, it's with the city. When they opened it back up, when they gave them their license, all that came through the city, through us.
So I tell you what I will do. Let me get in touch with the city, and let's see, can we set up a meeting with them?
Who is
And
that? Is that Rondé?
it'll be that's not a run day.
No,
That's,
Marche or.
that's Audrey Graham.
Let me ask you this, how is it the city jurisdiction when it is in the county?
Police jurisdiction.
It's
It
police
extends
jurisdiction?
3 miles, is it 3 to 5 miles outside of the
Yeah, there's
city
a,
limits? That's,
So that's the city. So should I
city.
appear before the city council then?
It is, but I'll tell you what, if you would like for me, I can get a meeting set up
That'd be
between
awesome.
us and Audrey Graham. I'll reach out to her, the city council, and let's see how we all meet and try to help you with this problem.
but the city meets tonight.
That's- they
Is it a
do.
benefit
the
for her to,
I've
Yeah.
got a copy.
Yeah,
Thank
she's
you.
gonna need that.
You need the original.
Oh, I need the
When you
original.
go down
Okay.
there,
Okay.
yeah,
we'll keep this copy.
Yeah. They do meet tonight, don't
Because
they?
I would
those are
say,
voters.
I would
Those are
say
voters
go
in-
there and
in that-
make sure, and now you know that they can't tell you that's the county.
Okay.
And if they try to say,
If they
but
do-
I don't think they will, they know, they made the deal.
No,
But I would go there.
Don't
maybe-
you have to, you have to
Yes.
sign,
Yeah, you have to
to
sign up
sign up in
before,
advance.
but in order to speak before the city council, one has to sign up the Monday by 12 noon prior to the city council meeting. However, I would encourage you to go tonight to see your city council person. Yeah.
Thank you. Carolyn Long?
This is my first time here, and I'm quite impressed with all of the heavy, weighty issues which you people entertain and try to decide. I'm here to talk about absentee voting. I voted at the courthouse the Wednesday before it stopped on Thursday. There were several things, I call them observations. I don't know how aware you are, but perhaps I can increase your awareness. There is a single handicapped parking space in front of the courthouse. One. Absentee voters in person who are handicapped, disabled, etc., would not have access to any handicapped parking. I am aware that the additional parking is under construction, but that also involves blocking off the sidewalk, where you have a crossing in the middle of the block with insufficient recognition, signage, et cetera, putting those people at somewhat of a risk. The sign that says sidewalk crossing is obscured partially by a tree and is half on its side. It is not even visible unless you're looking for it. It's on the sidewalk. The markings for the crossing are 2 white lines on the middle of the block now, where you're supposed to cross within those white lines twice, one to get up and one to get in. So I would suggest that you look into that crossing situation for nothing more than just the safety of anybody entering the courthouse or leaving it with that additional parking which is under construction. The other thing that happened to me, I read the website about absentee voting in person from top to bottom. I saw no notification whatsoever that you were not permitted to take any type of electronic device into the courthouse, which meant that after I got down to security, I had to backtrack to my car, go through that same crossing again twice, and take my cell phone back to my car and then come back to vote. It seems to me that's a simple thing. Add that to the website for absentee voting, that you are not permitted to bring any electronic devices into the building. And the other comment I would have is I think maybe relocating absentee voting in person might be a good idea. It's a very small space on the 3rd floor. The people there were wonderful. The voting experience itself was fine. It's just that I think for people who have particularly mobility and balance issues, you could make it a little more convenient and a little more easily accessible. I would encourage you to think of the person who is the most debilitated, who is trying to come and vote absentee in person. The reason I prefer to vote in person, I'm elderly, I used to trust the post office, but not so much anymore. So I prefer to actually hand my ballot in, and that requires me then to go down and absentee vote in person.
Ms. Long, thank you so much for addressing those. We'll look at each one of those. I've written them down, and we'll have somebody address each and every one of those.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Yeah.
County attorney, the county can do nothing with the signage, the sidewalks and the streets, that's the city.
Okay.
And the reason it's blocked now is for liability purposes, obviously when they're doing construction. But I think they're probably close,
Getting close.
don't you think, being 3, but the city is the one who has put up the handicap, and they actually have control, and we've been to court over this, they have control of the sidewalks and the streets, the county does not.
That's interesting,
I
because
think
I
it's just
started to
temporary,
call the
though.
police department.
It's temporary because there's more than one handicap parking space up there.
Hopefully by the time you come back,
Well, hopefully before there's another election.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
I
thought that,
we just had an election, so.
yeah.
well, thank you, Ms. Long.
I appreciate your
Ordinarily,
time.
ma'am,
Thank you.
ordinarily absentee balloting, you would just walk right in and walk right back to vote there, and you could have taken your phone. The judges have ordered no phones above the 1st floor. So you had to go to the 3rd floor. There are courtrooms up there, and they don't allow phones up there. But ordinarily, so next year when everything is complete, it'll be more convenient for you, and I'm sure those handicap parking spaces will be restored.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all very much for your time. And I did think about calling the police department about that crosswalk, because I really do think that could be dangerous for people.
Call the city engineer, and Mr. Speaks used to be, he's now with the county. And George, I think y'all are the ones that would handle that crosswalk, right? And when you at the city.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you.
And I appreciate all you do, and Mr. Harris,
Thank you.
thanks so much for doing so much.
That's right, in his district, yep. Florence, public hearing, number
Right,
1.
Constituent.
Yeah, he lives, East
Make sure we
Aberdeen.
take care of you now.
You'll have a public hearing for alcohol license application for Latino Festival on November 20th, 2022.
Declare public hearing open. Anybody here to speak on this event? Declare public hearing closed.
So a second public hearing regarding the transfer of an alcohol license application for off-premise retail beer and table wine to Dollar General store located in Raymer.
Declare public hearing open. Anybody to speak on this? Declare public hearing closed.
Consider the minutes of the regular meeting of November 1, 2022.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Computer's taking a nap.
Okay, Florence.
Consider accounts payable checks and payroll checks.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider an alcohol license application for a special event retail for a Latino Festival for November 20th, 2022.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider an alcohol license application for off-premises retail beer and table wine for the Dollar General store in Raymer, Alabama.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider a resolution approving the 2023 Severe Weather Preparedness Tax Holiday for February 24th through 26th, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider a resolution authorizing the county's Thanksgiving holiday observance on Friday, November 25th, 2022.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider the 2023 County Commission meeting schedule.
So moved.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
I hit the move.
No, I got it.
You got it?
Uh-huh. I was a little bit faster.
Consider employee recognition and appreciation program and related 2022 budget.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered. Oh, I hit the wrong one there, Tammy.
Oh, Doug.
Tammy, can you reverse mine out?
Doug is against employees.
I never-
He's
I hate
on the
all
record
employees. I hate Santa Claus.
Con- Consider transfer of ownership and liability for retired Montgomery County Sheriff's Office K-9 Caesar.
Move for approval.
Second.
Consider a telecommunications service contract with Blue Plains Technology.
So moved.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider miscellaneous appropriations to agencies with the following additions. $5,000 from Commissioner Harris, $3,000 from Commissioner Moore Ziegler for Valiant Books, $3,500 from Vice Chairman Sankey to Friendship Mission, $1,500 from Chairman Singleton to the City of Montgomery for the McIntyre Community Center.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Well, I had moved, I'm sorry.
This one, problem. I second.
Consider miscellaneous appropriations to education with an addition of $3,500 each from Commissioner Harris and Commissioner Moore Ziegler for Jeff Davis High School for the baseball program, and $500 from Commissioner Moore Ziegler to Pentlala Elementary School for the science department.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider miscellaneous appropriations from designated revenue with the addition of $1,500 from Commissioner Moore Ziegler for the City of Montgomery McIntyre Community Center, and $5,000 from Commissioner Walker for COLO Choose One, Lose One.
Florence. Ms. Jen, is it too late to add something to that?
Is Florence too late to add something?
No, sir.
Thank you so much. I apologize. $5,000 from donated to Montgomery Bible College for the seniors computer program.
To Montgomery.
Bible Institute, actually. They're on the list, and it's the seniors computer training program.
That's been added.
Thank you, ma'am.
That was one of Giles's favorites.
So, move for approval?
Move for approval.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider a bid award to Gulf States distributors to provide law enforcement footwear for the Sheriff's Office.
Move for approval.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider budget change request number 1 for the Sheriff's Office.
So moved.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider budget change request number 3 for the Engineering Department.
So moved.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider a position fill request for the detention facility for a corrections officer trainee.
So moved.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider a position fill request for the engineering department for a county road equipment operator 2.
So moved.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider a position fill request for the sheriff's office for a deputy sheriff trainee.
So move.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider travel training requests for the county commission, the detention facility, a probate office, and the sheriff's office.
So moved.
Second.
Any objection?
You can have that.
Thank you.
So ordered.
Consider a grant application for the 2023 Burn JAG grant for the sheriff's office.
This is a waiver item. I have no objection, so moved.
I second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider U.S. Department of Justice Equitable Sharing Agreement and Certification for the sheriff's office.
No objection, so moved.
Second.
Any objections? So ordered.
Consider a grant application to the Panera Bread Foundation for the sheriff's office Youth Explorer posts.
No objection, so moved.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider a bid award to Chappie's Deli to cater the annual employee luncheon.
No objection, so moved.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
Consider hiring a manager of public affairs at A9 Step 3.
No objection, so moved.
Second.
Any objection? So ordered.
I believe that's all our items.
Mr. Attorney? No, thank you. Deputy Administrator?
Yes, sir. For our emergency rental assistance, we are up to $6.9 million and 910 households.
Any questions for Deputy? Commissioner Harris?
I see Ms. McKenzie left, but I just wanted to say that, you know, it's nice to have, we help so many nonprofits that are doing such good things in the community, and it's always nice for them to come back and not asking for anything, but reporting and letting us know how well the event went and how much the help that we provided meant to that event. So, you know, I'd like to see more of that happen, and I'm sorry that she's not here to hear that, but and I hate that most of the people outlasted us. We had a great meeting today, I think. A lot of community interest. That last one that guy came down here with the statute. I mean, that was eye-opening for me, you know, and it's good to know that we have that kind of authority, but I really didn't know it, you know, and hopefully we can do something to alleviate that problem out there.
I agree.
Commissioner Moore Ziegler.
I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody, the staff who went with me last Tuesday on the county commission tour, seeing the county through my eyes. And I like to address, because I've got some of my other districts calling me because they want me to come. So let them know that we will be coming your way in District 2, doing more tours. Look forward to us. And there you will be able to meet me, greet me, and we try to address the problems in District 2. Thank you.
And you did get indoctrinated into the commission today, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
We've all been through that, so. Commissioner Walker.
I don't have anything.
Vice Chairman Sankey.
Yes, I just, again, want to thank Florence and Kendall and the commission for lighting up these buildings in the green. It was just so beautiful. I stood down here for a few minutes to admire the green, and thank you all for supporting veterans. Just want to appreciate you for that. And I believe Ms. McCall is here. I was just wondering who that beautiful lady was that was sitting next to Clay Helms. Have you been introduced as our new director or associate director of appraisal? Okay, I missed that. Okay, outstanding. All right.
It's Javar McCall?
Yes.
You don't remember me, do you? All right. All right. I knew you were great first time I met you.
Well, thank you all again.
We have a number of holiday parades coming up, and so any of the commissioners want to participate. I know Commissioner Harris loves riding in that golf cart.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but he loves helping push it back up the hill. But
We need a car.
We do need a car because I'm not doing that golf cart.
I'm not doing the golf cart.
you want to do a car for the city parade, and the Turkey Day and the city parade?
Two things.
They need to walk
That golf cart put me down.
and interact with the
Rhonda just
people.
called you in there? She said we got something else coming, two divas.
We have one Friday night at East Chase, and then we have the next one's a Turkey Day. That I know most of us have participated in that. You want to get a car for Turkey Day, or you want to walk?
We need a RV. I mean, not RV, but big
RV. He's gonna get with it.
SUV.
You're supposed to walk in a parade, so everybody
It's
can
a
see you,
long.
and then you can go
That's a
home.
long walk.
Unfortunately, I won't
And I
participate in
will
the
walk.
Christmas
I
one.
will walk
I mean, Thanksgiving.
a few steps to hand out some candy and back and get in the truck. We need a truck.
All right. Florence, we'll see if we can work out something.
Now, if
Is that
somebody
possible
wanna
with a
ride in that little
dealership?
cart,
I'm not
Not
riding in the
anymore?
car.
All that's out?
That became impossible before COVID. I hate to say it, the last 2 years, I believe your SUV was engaged for one or two of those parades.
My SUV?
we had a Hyundai.
It's got the big Tahoe.
We had a Hyundai last
I got
time.
a Tahoe, but mine got a.
But we had a Hyundai last time.
Crooked in the parking lot.
You had,
Yeah, Hyundai had,
That's you in the big Tahoe?
Hyundai had 2 or 3 of them out there
that's right, that was done through the
through the chamber.
chamber. All right, that was for Christmas?
That
or
was for Turkey Day, and we need to do the same thing if we can.
Mr. Deputy Administrator, would you check on?
Yeah, because, I mean, the cart's fine, you know, if you like to walk.
No, I'm not walking.
I like the cart because I can get the candy in and out.
I get candy in and out the window.
And the
as we
sheriff
ride by.
ought to have plenty of candy for us.
I'm gonna ride with the sheriff.
Tammy's got
Sheriff, can we
candy.
ride? Can I ride with you?
Guns blazing.
Guns blazing.
And then the Christmas parade is the other one that's, and we have the Raymer
Raymer
Christmas
parade.
parade.
Are you and I doing the Raymer?
You bring a tractor down for that.
I was about to
I
say,
don't
you
have a
definitely don't need an
tractor.
SUV for the Raymer parade.
I don't have a tractor.
All right, so anyway.
They'll make
that's,
fun of you down there.
If anybody wants to participate in any of them, let Florence or Kendall know, and we can make arrangements, so.
Yes on Turkey Day and a possible for Christmas.
Yes, on
Yeah.
Christmas, no on Turkey Day for me. And
Turkey Day, yeah, and then a Christmas parade, I think, is the 9th of December, Friday
Correct.
night. So, all right, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Ms. Zandra Hall, can I see you before you leave?
And if you would make sure you've signed the sign-up sheet for for events.
We got it.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.
Hey, I'll do.
Sign out real quick,
I'm gonna do
everybody.